Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Disney LORCANA States competition hosted by Rare Hunter Shop. We are in Bratislava in the beautiful shop Irisco, which is our host today. We are jumping right into the first game, which will be Michael Neuwirth versus Patrick Surab. Michael Neuwirth, one of our local Austrian players. Patrick Surab, actually an former world champion in Magic the Gathering teams. So he's quite a renowned and decorated player. So we will have a very exciting game with high stakes today, as will all games be today, because we have a room stacked full of great players. So let's talk about the matchup. Patrick Surab will be on Emerald Steel discard. I see his list being quite the usual discard list, running the new Beyond the Horizon card 2 times, running the Beast Shift line, the Pete Shift line, obviously the Diablo Shift line, and on the other side we see Michael Neuwirth running some Ember Steel aggro, actually featuring a new card, multiple new cards actually there is. I see the Rhino Shift line, and I see the Winnie Green Pigeon, and of course the new Lady, which is a really menacing card coming down on turn 3. So I think the Ember Steel deck is in quite a good position here, but let's see how the games play out. So, as I said, this is the third Disney LORCANA States competition. For the first time, we're here in the country of Slovakia. We used to have this event in Austria so far, between Austria and Hungary, and now we have a third contender today, which is Slovakia, and also our host today. So, the tournament will be 6 rounds, best of 2, with each team having 6 players, so a total of 18 players. And each round, each player will have a match against a player from another nation. So, in the end, after all 6 rounds, the points are collected, and we will see which team will end up on top, which players will collect the most points for their nation. So we're going into game 1. We see Michael Neuwirth on the play. We see a Rapunzel going into the Inkwell and a Daisy Duck coming down on turn 1, which is an amazing start. And we see the Mulan 1-drop going into the Inkwell and another copy of Mulan being played. Discarding Let the Storm Rage On. Interesting choice. Let the Storm Rage On usually is a pretty good card in this matchup, but as we see, the Daisy already being on board, the Let the Storm Rage On might not be good enough in this case. And really good for Michael Neuwirth, not granting Patrick a card from this Daisy quest, putting down the Beyond the Horizon onto the bottom. Lady going into the inkwell, and another two daisies coming down, which is like the absolute dream start for Michael Neuwirth. This is so much pressure put on Patrick just on turn two. How will Patrick dig his way out of here? I can't see a way right now. And also missing with this Ursula Deceiver. This is like absolutely perfect going for Michael Neuwirth so far. We also see a lady and a dog still being in Michael's hand, which is an amazing turn 3 play. We will probably see the Rhino going into the inkwell and the lady coming down with the dog in combination. I would expect at least. There, the Daisy is granting card advantage for Patrick. Actually, we see two Ursula Deceiver of All going into his hand, and there's a miss on the third quest. But still, this card advantage might not mean anything if Michael Neuwirth is just too fast for Patrick to come back. And there we see the play that I already was expecting. This is just going perfectly for Michael. Patrick thinking about this turn here, he might probably be thinking like, how did I deserve to face this opener? This is like the absolute dream coming down here for Michael. But now we see the Ursula Deceiver of All coming down, and and this card can make a difference in double singing a removal. For example, double singing a Strength of a Raging Fire to take out two characters on Michael Neuwirth's side. But it might still be too late, because Michael can, if he quests with everything now, he will go to 17 now just on turn 4. We see a Beast going into Patrick's hand from the Daisy Trigger. We see Muses going into the hand. Muses is actually an amazing pickup. Muses might get him somewhere here. But not like this. Not... Wow, this is just... This is just brutal. The amount of high questing characters he put down in this first 4 turns of the game is just insane. We will probably see a quick scoop here from Patrick, and yeah, that's exactly what we see. He's putting together his cards, conceding the game on turn 4. Actually, quite interesting matchup, because we see two decks which got some new tools in this expansion. We see Patrick Surup utilizing the Beyond the Horizon and also the new chip character, the 4-cost chip, which forces a discard from the opponent. And obviously Michael Neuwirth on his Ember Steel aggro deck list using some new cards, like the Lady Free Drop, which we saw right now, and the Rhino, which we also saw going into the Inkwell. So we have decks that got some new toys with this expansion, but clearly, at least the first game showed the Ember Steel toys are quite good. So we will see Patrick now being on the play, which excuse me, we will see Patrick being on the play now, which is obviously very good for him. He will probably not get stomped on as he got in the first game. So let's see if he can secure a draw in this matchup. I think the strategy for Patrick actually played out quite well. He got his one drop, he got his two drop, which unfortunately for him missed to discard, which was the Ursula Deceiver. And on turn 3 he got down the Ursula Deceiver of all. But in game 1 this was just way too slow because because Michael, excuse me, had an amazing start. But if we see Patrick playing a similar line now starting the game, he might have good chances. Because if he can double sing on turn 4, taking out two characters of Michael, he might be in a really good spot in this game. Also, maybe he can get his Diablo shift line down now on the play, which would also help a lot. But of course, there's the danger of the steel removal spells like Let the Storm Rage on, which could punish the Diablo shift line. We see Michael keeping 6 cards, so he probably has a really good opening hand again. So, we see Sudden Chill going into the Inkwell and the Mulan one drop coming down, drawing a card and discarding a card. And we see Morph going to the discard. So we can expect Patrick to have another 2 drop, which he prefers. Maybe it could be a Ursula Deceiver. Michael putting Cinderella into the Inkwell and also developing Cinderella, which is his best turn 1 play, probably being on the draw. Patrick playing another morph. He actually doesn't have the Ursula Deceiver right now, which would be huge, I guess. Yes, it would be huge because now the Cinderella gets to sing the Let the Storm Rage on, which is just amazing. Michael Neuwirth putting the Seven Dwarfs Mine into the Inkwell, playing Mr. Smee. So Michael secured a pretty good position again, just on turn 2. He got a really good start again. Patrick is probably not very happy with this. By the way, I am your host Jacob today. It's my first time casting a Disney Locana event. It's a great pleasure to cast this amazing event hosted by Rare Hunter Shop. Patrick chooses to take the trade, going with his Mulan into the Cinderella, putting down the Pete. So no actions now for Michael. Michael now being forced to slow down a little bit because this Pete actually could take out his Mr. Smee after a quest. And although this doesn't seem like the best trade on paper because Michael only paid 2 ink for his character and Patrick paid 3, he will still very happily take that trade because the Mr. Smee is just questing for 2 and putting on a lot of pressure. So probably we don't um, see the quest here with Mr. Smee. We see the Pete coming down. So first Patrick with his Pete, now Michael. And yeah, so the Pete here is not that amazing. Because Patrick, the things Patrick has, the actions he really likes to play in this matchup are the Let the Storm Rage On and the Strength of Raging Fire, but they are not really good in this spot. So he will anyway, if he even has one of these actions in his hand, he would want to wait. And we see the Muses coming down. Muses being a really good card. And I think this is the setup he wants. Now he with the Muses on board and potentially a song coming down next turn. This could take care of Michael's board in a really good way. But if we see a Rhino coming down on Michael's side right now, that could be problematic for Patrick because the Rhino, the 4-drop Rhino, is just so hard to deal with. Michael probably not having access to the Rhino in this spot because I think this would have been an amazing play. Pete singing the Strength of Raging Fire, taking out Patrick's Pete, and Smee going to quest and taking 1 damage at the end of Michael's turn. The dynamic in this game 2 is quite different because Michael couldn't apply that much pressure like in game 1. Oh, but this is quite a big swing now. Let the Storm Rage On coming down on Diablo is amazing. Yeah, and Michael secured a pretty good position now with this turn. Let the Storm Rage on the Diablo was just massive. Now, Michael has such a big advantage on board. Patrick targeting Pete with the We Don't Talk About Bruno, bouncing the Pete, discarding a card at random, determined with a die roll. Pete will be discarded, and now the Muses trigger will bounce the Vinny. The Vinny being a 3-cost steel character, which says during an opponent's turn, whenever one of your characters is banished, to gain 1 lore. New card from set 8, seeing play here. Winnie coming down again. Patrick having a really good tempo swing last turn, but being empty-handed now and bound to his top deck. What is it? What is the card that has to save him here? Questing with Muses is interesting. I don't really see the reason for that, honestly. But maybe he just wants to get a little bit of lore on the board. And there is the dock with the empty hand, drawing 2 new cards. Just what Michael wanted. Yeah, and that's what I meant. I don't really see a reason for the quest from Muses here, because um, yeah, you just expose the Muses. Michael happily is taking them out with his characters, because now it's even harder for Patrick to. I don't know why the the Michael's characters only took 1 damage here. I think there happened a slight mistake. Maybe because he targeted the Rhino with the. Also he played his Rhino to reduce the strength of Muses by 1, but that is actually an illegal move because Muses has ward. So I think there happened a slight mistake to the in this game, but it's probably not that relevant anyway. Let's Sombrage on taking out the Rhino. Michael gaining 1 lore from Vinny, and then the Vinny is bounced with the Muses. And now we see the Muses finishing off that Pete. And now, I don't know if I missed anything, but I think I did not. I think this Daisy Duck should have 2 points of damage on her, and this would be really relevant in this case actually, um, because it would be taken out then by going in. So I hope I missed something and not the players. Rhino and Vinny coming down again, being bounced from hand to the hand and coming down to the board again and again. And there is just a Pete for Patrick, which is probably not good enough. The Rhino shift plus Pete. We see Michael not questing with Daisy Duck here, which is a move he makes to not give Patrick any advantage. But yeah, the players already said it. It was not close. It was really one-sided. We saw Patrick being stomped on by Amber Steel aggro here. Michael having amazing aggressive starts and utilizing this early advantage to just not letting Patrick getting into the game at all and taking him down in the first round of the Disney LORCANA States Competition 2-0. So Michael putting some very, very valuable points for Team Austria here on the board. This was quite a quick first round. We can expect most games today going a little bit longer. We also have some amazing prize support in this tournament. Also the host today, the LGS in Bratislava, named Irisco, also added some Disney LORCANA products, some displays to be precise, to the prize pool. And we have the 2025 convention playmat for the winning team today. And actually for every participant of the winning team, so for all 6 players, will get the convention playmat today. And also for the second and the third place, there will be some displays in the prize pool. So high stakes, great prizes and great players. Welcome back to the States competition. We are starting round two. The Austrian team put on amazing results now from the round one. Team Austria is leading with 30 points. Right next is coming Hungary with 17 and Slovakia with 13. Let's focus on this round though. We're in the second round now, and we have Gergely, Gergely Dardej, hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, versus Martin Neichel, our local hero. Martin Neichel will be on. Uh, Martin Neichel on his pet deck today, being Steel Song. We see a few new cards in his list, being Beyond the Horizon as an additional way to draw cards aside the whole new world. Actually, yes, we have Whole New World and Beyond the Horizon in his deck. And Gergely playing quite a classic Amethyst Steel deck. Not the version with, not the song heavy version, let's say, with Merlin Rabbit, but we see Doc being in his list for card draw. So players taking mulligans here. Martin already took his mulligan. Gergely still making the decision, and if I understood correctly, he is just straight up keeping his opening 7, which is probably quite menacing for Martin Neichel. We rarely see a full hand of cards being kept. We have a question from Julian XG about when the first stream. This is the second round now, so with the first game already happened. We are now in round two. As you can see, there's already some results from the first round on the screen. Austria having the lead right now. We mhm. Hab ich. We see Martin Neichel opened this game with a Rhino, Gergely being able to remove it with the fire cannons is really, really important to deny Martin the shift. And now Martin play the Mr. Smee turn 2, which is also quite a nice turn to play. Now Gergely putting deciding what to put into his inkwell. And it will be Chanabox followers going into the inkwell and Mr. Smee on his own. Volume is a little bit low, I just heard. We're trying to improve that, just stand by. Question to our viewers: is the volume a little bit better now? Is it more? Is it better? Could you understand everything better? So, Ariel, Ariel coming down now. Wow, Gergely just putting down 3-1 coast characters all at once in his turn 3. Putting the Cobra into the inkwell and playing 2 Chanabox followers and 1 Diablo Obedient Raven. And taking the trade, Mr. Smee for Mr. Smee. And there is the Rhino. We have also seen Rhino in our first match of the round, in the first round of this competition. And we have seen the Ember Steel deck being victorious in this case. Let's see if we can see the events happening again or not. White Rose gaining 1 lore. So another Rhino. This is really, really scary for Gergely, because these Rhinos demand answers and they're not easy to deal with. White Rose singing friends on the other side, drawing 2 new cards. Diablo going into the inkwell. And 2 Helgas coming down. Helga actually quite useful here because she has Challenger +3. So she could be handy to deal with Martin's characters. Because Martin's characters, they need some strength to be dealt with. And there's the Rapunzel. And Rapunzel healing the damage from a Rhino is just amazing, because you get back that shield, you get back that amazing Ball of Greatness, I think the ability is called, which grants the Rhino resist +2 while he has no damage. So the hamster ball is restored by the Rapunzel. And the other Rhino singing Strength of a Raging Fire, taking out one of the Helgas. So again, we see Ember Steel being in quite a good spot. This time though, it's the song variant and not the aggro variant. Doc filling up Gergely's hand is quite nice. Pete also being useful here, denying Martin a way to remove Gergely's characters. Miss Bianca coming down because Rhino actually is an ally. Two Rhinos and a Rapunzel gaining 6 lore in total, putting Martin to 10. And now Gergely has to move. Like, these Rhinos are just ending the game too quickly. He will have to take trades now. He probably is hoping for something like a crab to get a better trade here. A Merlin Crab or Madame M Fox would be something. Ooh, and that is just great. That is a really clean answer to the Rhino. Pete singing the Strength of a Raging Fire here. What else does Gergely have? Questing with the channel box followers. Probably to find some tool to deal with Martin's board. Quite surprising to me that the China box followers was sacrificed to get the card draw here, because now that we see the crab coming down, a crab giving challenger +3 to the China box followers would have been quite a nice answer to the Rhino. Now Martin actually has to give Helga Sinclair the challenger +3, putting her to challenger +6, also being good enough to take out the Rhino. And we see another Pete coming down. So, disabling actions for Martin again. We see the Prince Naveen coming down, but not being able to sing a song for free, even if he had one, because that Pete is saying no to actions. He's giving the referee Pete, he's giving the red card to all the actions. Martin still representing quite some lore in total. Like, this is still a board that is really scary for Gergely. But this is a really nice line of play. The crab taking a trade and then giving challenger to the Diablo, which makes him able to take a trade as well. And then we see both Petes going into the Rapunzel to take as much lore of Martin's board as he can. And we see, ooh, that is really, really nice for Gergely. Mr. Smee, and followed up by a Doc to draw 2 new cards. And still 2 ink available. Maybe he got lucky to find another play here. Against Steel Song, you just wanna put as much onto the board as you can, because the Steel Song player at some point eventually will have to play the whole new world, and when that moment comes around, you wanna be ahead on board. You wanna be the one who who is pressuring the Steelsong player to not play this whole new world, because if the Steelsong player can get away with a whole new world and being ahead on board, you know you're in trouble. But in this case, we see Doc hitting the Ariel. That might be because he has a Rapunzel. Ah, no. He has fiery cannons with not quite a Rapunzel. He would probably have preferred the Rapunzel in this spot to get some new cards. But he's deciding to quest on his own. Starting the race. Martin playing a Long Came Zeus, taking out Pete. Smee taking out the Doc. Putting 1 damage counter on him at the end of the turn. Now we see 2 Mr. Smees on 2 damage counters each. Ah, that is a nice way to deal with the remaining Mr. Smee. And Martin is passing his turn. I could expect his hand being some uninkable songs, because he still has 3 cards and he is not putting a lot of things down to the board, so he will have, yeah, uninkable songs, as I just said. The big Cinderella going into the Inkwell. That is quite surprising, because just next turn he would be able to play it. And we see the hard cast Beyond the Horizon, drawing Martin 3 new cards. And we see 2 new whole new worlds being discarded. Yeah, as I expected. He could not play them down. Gergely was able to dump his hand onto the board, so Martin was just not able to actually play the whole new world, because it would have been too advantageous for his opponent. But with the Beyond the Horizon, he can just choose to only draw himself and not give his opponent new cards. And Martin putting down another Rhino, putting him back on the map here. And we see another Ariel. These top decks for Martin are really nice. And also this Ariel is going to find a song, which is bad news for Gergely. We see the Rapunzel coming down just to raise up the amount of characters on Martin's side to 4, and this number is crucial, because this number allows him to put the Strength on the Raging Fire onto the Helga, taking her out in 1 blow, and also the Calhoun. This is just devastating. If the Silsong player can take out your two 3-coast characters with these songs being played for free, the tempo swing is just intense. So yeah, this game is over. We see Ember Steel so far with a 100% win rate on the feature match table. The game is not over yet, but I'm basically sure Gergely will have to scoop it up here. Yes, he does. So they're going to game 2. Ember Steel, as I said, still unbeaten on the feature match table. Okay. We are I'm very sorry, but we having some technical issues today, so we will actually shut down the stream, but just for short. So please stay tuned. We will shut down the stream just to fix some technical issues after this round, after the second round. So there will be a short break between round 2 and round 3. But as I said, stay tuned because we will be back streaming round 3. And now we are still in round 2. Second game of round 2. Players drawing their opening hands. And we will see Gerge on the play now. And maybe he is the one to steal some points from Ember Steel. Because Ember Steel is just on fire so far. So Gerge being a little bit under pressure, let's say, because his team has to put on some points on the on. They will have to gain some points now. Austria being in the lead already. Austria actually having as many points as the other two teams combined. So if Martin manages to win for Team Austria, we will see them getting an even better lead. So Gergely really has to, or not has to, I mean we still have 4 more rounds after this one, but he will probably really want to get some points here to put his team into a better position. We see White Rose going into the Inkwell and a Diablo coming down. So Gergely probably hoping to get the crab down. Also, this turn 1 Diablo is a good play against Ember Steel because you're not that scared of it being taken out by a song. And then we see the Rhino reducing Diablo strength to by 1 to -1 basically. And we see another Diablo coming down. Also, like in the first game, Gergely has the fire cannons onto the 1-drop Rhino, denying the shift line, which is probably quite important to not get snowballed here by the Ember Steel deck. Pete coming down, denying the singing from the Troubadour. Quite handy for Gergely. Lawrence coming down. One Diablo is taken out by the Troubadour. Two 1-drops and a dock. Really nice turn 4 play. We have seen so many docks so far. Dock being the card draw tool of choice for so many decks right now in this meta. Wow. Actually, Martin is getting a grab your sword from this Ariel, which is just amazing. Um, I will just quickly check the deck lists because I'm curious now how many grab your swords are actually in Martin's deck. Um, hmm. We see Gergely trying to deny the damage that Grab Your Sword could potentially do. Grab Your Sword being uh, a big threat here to Gergely's board. Fox coming down, taking out the Troubadour. And there is the Rhino again. Rhino is the name of the game today. And we will see the Grab Your Sword just being discarded. And Whole New World being sung by Ariel, drawing each of the players a whole new 7. And these Steel Song lines are just... yeah, they are just so good. If you have to face this, um, it's problematic for so many decks. If they get to sing the Whole New World and then immediately in the same turn also get to sing some removal spells just found from the Whole New World, it's such a big tempo swing. Taking off the characters of the opponent's board, potentially denying songs coming from your opponent. Yeah, we see Ember Steel being in a really good position again. Probably Gergely has to go into the Ariel now with his Helga, being the only thing Helga is able to take out. Also, Ariel still is a great threat. Hi Vindra, we see Vindra cheering for Team Hungary. They will need the support right now. fire the cannons to take the strength down from Lawrence to 0, and then Fox going in, take it out cleanly, and then the Helga is replayed after being bounced from the Fox. And now Martin just having this Rhino, and there is this line again. The lines Amber Steel has are just so strong. Healing the Rhino will repair his hamster ball again, which is just really, really nice. Gerge thinking now, how do I get out of this spot? He will need something like a crab. He might use something like a steel removal song here quite well to combat this Rhino. He's playing hard cast friends on the other side just to potentially find him tools to deal with this Rhino, and followed up by a Pete and a Magic Broom. The Magic Broom being not very good against Silsong because you don't want to risk him being taken out by, let's say, like a Storm Rage on or something. But Gerge is just putting down all he can now just to get on board, make the high tempo plays. And he got rewarded. Martin... excuse me, actually there was a Pete coming down as well, so there was no option for Martin to actually sing a song. So that was safe. We see Martin only questing with Rhino, not wanting to expose this Rapunzel, which could mean him having another Rapunzel. We see Snake bouncing the pit and the Magic Broom being banished to draw a card. Pete being played again. And for the last two remaining ink, Gerge chooses to play Calhoun. Calhoun is nice. Calhoun is a good character to deal with Martin's threats. Wow, Ariel is playing Martin is playing the Ariel Sonic Warrior, and that card is just amazing. That card, if sticking around for a few turns, he could take out so many characters on her own with the help of a few songs being played. Really not what Gerge wants to see. But he has another pit, so stopping the songs again. Let's see if Gerge can keep up with this streak of pits. He probably. I could see him running out of Pete's eventually. And what that would mean in the end is Martin still getting some amazing tempo. Because I'm pretty sure he has some songs in his hand. But because Gergely played a third consecutive Pete now, these songs are not available for Martin. Strength of Raging Fire dealing 5 damage to the Rhino. And Snake and Calhoun teaming up to take out the other Rhino. Gergely playing the White Rose, followed up by Doc, is a nice play. I see Gergely now actually being quite good in this game again. Ah, Vindra, actually you are the victor of the first the first round of the let's say the first LORCANA states competition. That's nice. That's nice to see, to have actually a winner, a previous winner of this event in the chat. Hello, Vindra. It's a pleasure to have you here. Yeah. Let's dive into the history of this event. Actually, we are right now right in the middle of the third states competition, and for the first time, we are also having Slovakia as a contender. And the first two states competitions were just held as a competition between Austria and Hungary. And Hungary managed to win the first iteration of this event, and Austria managing to win the second time this event was held. And now let's see who can win the third Disney Locana States competition. We are in quite a big lead so far, so looking good for our team Austria.
Ich muss gerade nebenbei alles Mögliche installieren.
Mach. Gergely being really aggressive here, putting down 3 more characters, questing with the remaining 4 on board, putting him to 16 lore with 7 characters in play. So Martin will need some songs here. He will have to play good music to have a chance in this game. This is a good start. Let the Storm Rage on, taking out the Channel Box for us. Sung by Rapunzel, and he will pay 2 ink to deal 3 damage with Ariel, which will take care of Mr. Smee. And yeah, this Ariel could just come in clutch here. Yeah, if he has, yeah. We see the Miss Bianca singing as well, and Ariel taking out another character of Gergely. We see the Zeus being put on Martin's notes instead of his discard, but that's not so important. And actually, he just has a third song. He just has it all. Ariel using her ability 3 times in this turn, taking out 3 characters. It's just so oppressive. It's just so oppressive. But Gergely being on 18 now, if he quests with his 2 characters again. So maybe there's a way for him. We see Giant Cobra being a card in Gergely's list, which could just win the game for him on the spot, having a card to discard to it. We see Merlin Goat in Gergely's list, being a card which could gain 2 lore without questing. So we know Gergely has options. This game is not over. But it will probably be hard to stick another character. Because it's, in general, it's hard to stick characters against Silsong. Prince Naveen. Prince Naveen, but not singing. So this probably tells us Martin is out of songs. So actually, oh no, Martin is not out of songs. But out of removal songs, I guess. Just the Beyond the Horizon, drawing 3 new cards. Not sure what he was discarding, but I guess there was a whole new world. At least one whole new world. And I think this was a little bit of a gamble that didn't work out for Martin, because he was singing with his characters. In the end, only able to take out 1 character in combat then, which is really not where he wants to be. Now Gergely could have the option to just quest and play a goat to win the game, but he apparently doesn't have it, because he's still thinking about his play. He can quest up to 19 now. He's calculating now how much lore Martin could gain. Does he need to interact? Does he? The Diablo is a great play here, because the Diablo forces an interaction but is replacing itself if he's banished, so that will give Gergely another chance to find the precious goat or the cobra. I think what Gergely is thinking about right now is keeping that card in case he finds the cobra, to have that card to discard to it. He's really thinking about playing this card or not. Ooh, this is actually really good. The snake bouncing the Helga is basically readying the Helga, which makes it harder to deal with. So Gergely basically says, deal with all my characters or lose the game. And I'm not sure if Martin can handle 3 ready characters on Gergely's side. That's tough. That's tough. We see Martin could gaining 11 lore in this turn, so he could go to 19, but that's not enough. And there's the handshake. Gergely securing the draw for Team Hungary. So he reduced the damage. He really managed to reduce a lot of damage done here to Team Hungary. And yeah, congratulations to the players. Amazing game to watch. I think we saw some really well played games. And we're excited for the next round. We will have a short break after this second round, because as I said, we will have to welcome back, guys. We will start in a few minutes with the third round of the states competition. Let's have a look now at the standings. Austria still in the lead with 49 points. Hungary following up with 40 points, and Slovakia 30 points. So we see Austria still in the lead, but the Austrian team has lost a few points. Not, let's say, not as great of a lead as it was before, but still a quite solid lead overall. Slovakia still struggling a little bit to get points, but they are. The second round was better for them than the first round. In the second round, Slovakia managed to get 17 points, and Austria just managed to get 19 points. So quite similar. Good round for Slovakia. Not the greatest one for Austria. We are jumping shortly into the third round.
5 Minuten.
Probably around 5 minutes. In the next round, we will have a fight between Team Hungary and Team Austria. Again, like in the last round, we will see one participant from Austria and one from Hungary. Excuse me, actually, we have a Slovakian player and an Austrian player. Not a Hungarian player. We have a Slovakian player now in the third round and an Austrian player. Jenan, who is also visible in the stream right now, sitting here with his backpack. Jenan, well-known player here in Austria. He will come up with his green-purple discard deck. And on the other side, we have Ioannis from Slovakia. And he brought something exciting today. He brought a blue steel list. A blue steel aggro deck. Running Bell and Popsicle to start the game aggressively. We see Let the Storm Rage On and Strength of Raging Fire in his list to be sung by that Bell, potentially coming down on turn 1. We see Magdag Manor, of course Alice and Pluto, like quite the classic blue steel aggro list. And Jenan running green purple. We can see some new cards in his list. He's running Pull the Lever and he's also running the wrong lever. 4 copies of Pull the Lever here. 2 copies of the wrong lever.
Aber ist nichts. Das war eben vor.
The Pull the Lever is amazing in this deck. Pull the Lever is the number.
Fühlst du sie auf die Plätze? Alles gut.
Pull the Lever being the number 1 card you wanna discard with your Diablo shift line to get it into the discard for 3 basically to have that wrong lever setup. Wrong lever being a 3-cost action, being able to put the character into its deck onto the bottom if you have that Pull the Lever in your discard. So, and we see the players taking the seats. We see in the stream the Austrian World Championship contender Lukas Kauper. And
Ja, sag's ihnen, was machen.
we will switch to the feature match table in just a second. And there we are. So, players shuffling the decks. We will see the third round starting in just a few seconds. Actually, um, we see the players having the wrong seats, unfortunately. Um, That's good. So, unfortunately, I missed which player will be on the play. We will probably see who will choose to. Yes, Janan is deciding to take 5 new cards, so he will be on the play for the first game. With Janan's deck, we see usually quite a lot of cards being mulliganed just to aggressively search for the Diablo shift line. And there we see the nicely foiled out deck from Janan. He will start the game off with the one cost Diablo. Great setup. Let it go going to the Inkwell as usual. And Mulan coming down on turn 1, drawing and discarding a card. We have seen a lot of Mulans coming down on turn 1 today, surprisingly. Let it go is not the card Giannis wants to see. He so far put 1 into his Inkwell and 1 into his discard. One more copy in his deck. There's the Ursula Deceiver, and now we know why he got rid of this Let It Go so aggressively, because he doesn't want the Ursula Deceiver to get any value here. Nicely played from Giannis, getting rid of these songs which would have been discarded now. Greatly executed by him. Missing that discard on the Ursula Deceiver is quite huge, because the Ursula Deceiver is not the greatest tempo play. If you miss that discard, it's a really bad tempo. It's really bad tempo. Do we see friends on the other side getting inked? I would guess so. Because yeah, Janan chooses to play the pull the lever instead of the friends, because pull the lever is available to have in the discard for later on for the wrong lever. Janan probably not really happy with his hand. He really wants that shift Diablo. He saw that the coast is clear for it basically with his Ursula Deceiver overall. Ursula Deceiver. So if he had it, he obviously would have played it to get the card advantage early on into the game. Mr. Smee questing for 2. And there, Ioannis begins to apply pressure. But that is sweet for Janan. The crab giving challenger 3 to the Diablo is always really nice. So the Diablo can actually take out something and replace itself. You always love to see it. And Yago being inked. Yago is usually ink against steel decks. Pluto coming down, but without the bodyguard. Interesting choice. Yeah, I can totally see why, because the crab would be able to run into it, and then the crab could give the challenger to the Ursula, taking out the Pluto together. So he doesn't want Janan to get value off his crab. So that's why he only quests with the P tier, not exposing the Pluto. We see a Prince John signed by Spessy here, which is quite nice. Spessy being quite a famous LORCANA content creator. And the Prince John, obviously a notoriously good card. Probably one of Janan's signature card, as he loves to run these green colors with his Diablo and Prince John. And yeah, we see the sudden chills sung by Ursula, drawing a card from Prince John. Slowly but steady, Janan setting up his value engines. I can't say it often enough, the amount of Docs we see today is crazy. Doc is just such a big player in this meta, and he will stay a big player also after rotation. Just a fantastic card. We actually saw a Bell hardcast, which you rarely see, but Johannes just says, okay, I'm leading on the board already, I will just develop this Bell. It's a character, it can quest, it applies more pressure. So just a 3 cost 3/3 vanilla, but in this case that is good enough. And now Janan somehow has to get through this Pluto. Because if he doesn't deal with it now, it will get scarier and scarier, because the amount of characters Johannes has behind that Pluto will rise, and it will kind of snowball the game in his favor. We see Sunchill being sung by the crab, and then Fox bouncing the crab, getting the challenger for himself, and running into the Pluto. So now the Pluto is gone, but these other characters are still here. And there is a MacDuck Manor. MacDuck Manor is a card Discard decks really don't wanna see at all. Discard decks usually don't have very powerful characters. I mean, strength-wise, they have really powerful characters, but not. They don't have really much strength. So taking out a MacDuck Manor is quite hard for discard decks usually, especially if there are characters also to deal with. Now Janan, he has a lot to deal with on this board, and it's probably quite overwhelming for him now. you will still wanna deal with the characters first, because if you start applying damage onto this manner, you will expose your characters to your opponent's characters, leaving him with favorable traits. So still it's important to deal with these characters first and then go for the manner. But then the manner will collect lore passively, and Johannes is already at 8. So really tight spot Janan is in right now. I'm quite curious how he can maneuver out of there. Right now, I don't really see a way. He will need a lot. He will need a lot of things going in his favor now. The one cost Diablo, but no cards to look at for him, because Johannes' hand is empty. Elsa being played by Janan. Elsa, the fifth spirit. She can exert a character, but all the characters are exerted already, so no value being gained here. But that Elsa is really nice, actually, because she can take care of one of Johannes' characters now and stay on the board, being evasive. She will probably stay around and go for another character next turn. Together with the Diablo, they could cleanly take out the Dock or the Bell, for example. For example, what Janan could do is take out the Pete now, and next turn he could team up with the Diablo to take out the Dock or the Bell. Probably the Dock. And also what Janan is thinking right now, I guess what he's thinking right now is to sacrifice that Prince John, just to deny Johannes tempo. Because Johannes' hand is empty already, there is no value being gained from discarding cards. So yeah, Janan mein König, we see written in the chat. King Janan, he is under pressure though. He is about to... His crown is under a lot of pressure here. His crown is threatened by Johannes from Slovakia here. Janan, as I said, really famous player here in the Austrian community. Really decorated player and overall just well known in the community. Yeah, as I expected, he will actually use this Prince John to trade, just to deny Johannes a little bit lore gain. It's not pretty, but it's what you have to do here. Johannes just playing down another bell for the free cost. Just to have a character on board. And there finally is the Diablo, the devoted herald. Actually without the shift, just being played. And there's a crab. Crab is really good here. Actually, it doesn't make too big of a difference, I just realized, because you can still only take out one character. You could apply some damage to the Mektak Manor, but I don't know if that is your priority now. I think the priority still is to take out characters. thanks to the Challenger +3 from the Crab, Diablo is going to take out the dock, and we see Elsa starting to put damage on this Mektak Manor. Mektak Manor gaining another 2 lore, putting Giannis to 14. Popsicle being top decked by Giannis, and another Mektak Manor. You hate to see it if you're Jinan. And the turn being passed back to him. Yeah, actually, this is tough now for Jinan. This is really tough. Yeah, that was a quite nice play though. Just with the things he had already on board, he was able to take out the bell and the manor. So let's see what else he can put on the board here. Still a Mektak Manor to deal with, so he will need um, to put down something here. We see the pull the lever being played to draw 2 cards, and another Diablo Devoted Herald. Diablo drawing a card. Johan is being bound to his top decks for the rest of this game. Pete could be huge. This Pete off the top could be so good for Johannes. Because I have seen some actions here in Janon's hand, and yeah, Janon is quickly scooping it up. That Pete was just too much. He really needed access to actions here to deal with the things Johannes put in front of him. Yeah, these Mektak Manors were clutch.
I started this one, right?
Johannes being we could use the time between the games maybe to take a closer look at the deck lists. We see Johannes deck running Alice and Cogsworth, for example. These were cards we didn't see in the first game, but they are quite expected to be in there, right? The Alice is just an amazing partner for the Pluto, for example. And what we also see in his deck list, which is quite surprising to me, is the Wendy Darling Authority of Peter Pan. A card you don't see in a lot of deck lists, but it has its value. It is a warded character, which can quest for 2. You like to have it in an aggro deck. Yeah, win riding the Din Kang Tham Manor. Yeah, it's the Mektak Manor is a card made quite popular by the amazing DKP, Din Kang Tham, German player who managed to win the DLC in Australia and also qualified for the World Championship. And in Janon's list we see 2 copies of Creaky, which could be quite a nice tool to combat the Mektak Manors, for example, or in general the blue steel characters like Pluto. As I said, Emerald Steel doesn't have high strength characters. Not Emerald Steel, excuse me. Purple and Steel. So the Cricky could come in clutch in this matchup. Yeah, Windra says, and also 5 top cuts and DLCs. Yeah, what a player, right? What this guy has achieved in LORCANA is quite impressive. So we're hopping into the second game. We see another Mulan coming down on turn 1. I think for the 4th time in this competition today, we see a turn 1 Mulan coming down. And yeah, this is a really nice play. The Mulan being in this deck actually to get rid of the Desperate Plans, right? Because Desperate Plan is a card which is really bad if you have other cards in your hand. It's amazing if your hand is empty. So you don't want it early on in the game. You also don't want it to interfere with your dock. You actually just want it to play as your last card. So you want to get rid of it here if you can. Because what could happen is that Johannes is drawing another Desperate Plan or a dock, and then he will be left with this awkward hand where he has to decide. Um, the, misses me questing for 2 and taking 1 damage. The crab, the Merlin crab coming down here is great. Giving Chenan a way to take out one of the Mr. Smiths. And still threatening to take out the other one if Johannes chooses to quest here. But there is the Pluto to protect him, so Johannes can still quest with his Mr. Smith without fearing to have it removed by the crab. And now Chenan has to deal with a Pluto again, and we have seen this in game 1. Dealing with this Pluto can be quite a headache for the Emerald decks. We could actually see the... he's just going for double sudden chill, discarding the rest of Johannes' hand. We see a dock being discarded here, which is tough, which is really tough for Johannes, because now his plan got just destroyed by Chenan. He would have been able to deploy 2 characters here and draw another 2 cards. Now he just has nothing. Now he's just inking the top deck, let it go, taking out Chenan's characters, but he is out of gas. If he doesn't find good cards off his top right now, he is cooked. I think this is another hard cast spell. Yes, it is another hard cast spell we've seen in this series now. Hardcast Bell is not a great play, obviously, but it's a character. It still demands an answer. And keeping the popsicle around is good here because you could heal up one of your characters. You could heal up the Mr. Me to save it from his own ability, basically. Because if you quest with the Mr. Me right now, it would actually die because of his own ability. But you could save it with the popsicle, or you could choose the Pluto being saved from the attack from the genie. Or you could just choose to not quest and not exposing the characters, which might be the line we see here. Yeah, we actually see that line being played. The popsicle being used to heal up the Pluto so the genie cannot take it out in one swing. So what Chenon is choosing to do now is just singing friends with the genie. Using the genie to gain value if he's not able to take a efficient challenge. And there is the punish for the popsicle play. Because the fox coming down now, taking out the Pluto in one hit, is really bad for Yanis. Now he's probably thinking, I rather should have used that popsicle to heal up my Mr. Smee. Because that Mr. Smee still is basically dead. Um, I mean, you could use it now to take the trade for the fox, yes, and that is what is gonna happen. Genie coming down again. And Janon is having all the cards now. He might be able to just control Johannes for the rest of this game. And there we see the bling bling wrong lever played by Janon. And he also has the pull the lever in his discard to get the second effect from wrong lever, which says you can put an opposing character on the bottom of their deck. So a hard removal. That Pluto is gone. And that is delightful for Janon. Janon playing another pull the lever. And he is probably able to pull his way to victory here. Because Johannes is just on 10 lore, which is not a scary amount. He's out of cards. He just has the Calhoun on the board, which is nice, but not enough to combat this stacked hand Janon has. And we see another genie. Yeah, Janon is just drawing all the cards now. Choosing to quest now. That's great. Bouncing back the genie, which was damaged already. So next turn he can go for another genie, drawing another card, slowly stripping Johannes of chances to get back into this game. Namari is a great card to draw here. The Namari is actually a new card, which is a 5-cost character that can quest for 2 and says if she's played or if she... I think when she's played and at the start of each of your turns, you may draw an additional card, but you have to discard a card also. And also, she has +1 strength for each card in the discard, so she is having a lot of strength right now. We see the 2-cost Diablo having Rush thanks to Peter Pan, taking out the bell immediately. And Jenan is continue questing. Johan is forgetting about his Namari here. Actually, on play and on the ability that says on start of your turn, I think neither when he played her nor on the start of the following turn he used this ability of Namari, which is, I mean, it probably did not make a great difference, but it could have. Cogsworth is a great pickup though. Warded 2 Quester is nice to have. Wow, this is so inefficient, but it's still good enough probably. Jenan choosing to play 2 Yagos and rushing them both into the Namari just to take it out. This was really, really expensive for Jenan, just to get rid of one character. But it might be good enough, because he just has to get over the finish line here, and he is quite close. We see another Diablo. And another Diablo. One is the 2-coast and one is the 3-coast. Rabbit Dog mentioned he did not have an extra card in hand though. True. Yeah, you're actually right, because you don't get to... You get to use Namari's ability before your draw, right? So you could not choose between the card you get from Namari and the card you get for your turn. So you would just straight up discard the card you get from Namari. So yeah. Thanks for pointing that out, Rabbit Dog. Just adding a card to your discard is probably not that valuable. And there is the Mektak Manor, but probably a little too late. It will gain 2 lore, putting Johannes to 18, but in the following turn, Jenan can quest with his characters again and finish the game. We saw the handshake. Jenan securing the draw here for his team. Amazing match, really well played by both players, I would say. We saw Johannes taking down Jenan in game 1 with just an aggressive start, followed up by Mektak Manors, which were just too much to deal with for Jenan. And in the second game, we saw Jenan playing double sudden chill on turn 4 to get rid of Johannes' hand, and we saw that this play paid off huge, because Johannes was not really able to get back into this game after that play from Jenan. He took away Johannes' remaining cards, where a dock was also. one of these two cards, and that was crucial, I think, for victory. So congrats to Jenan for securing the second game, securing another draw, and we will see how the standings are. I think there are still some games going. Stay tuned, guys. We will be back for the fourth round with some more Disney LORCANA action here at the States competition. Welcome back to the States competition. We are in round 4 now. We have now a matchup between we have a Hungarian player facing a Slovakian player now. Um, we have Tamas playing Amber Sapphire, and we have Daniel playing Blue Steel for Slovakia. And wow, I think this is the round where we have the most exciting deck list so far. I really gotta say so. We saw Tamas winning the die roll, so he will start first game. And he likes to because he he is playing an aggro deck, specifically Amber Sapphire aggro, which you don't see that often. He's running, of course, the new Ludwig van Drake, being an amazing discard option. We see the Alice, the Savvy Sailor, being a good threat in an aggro deck. We see the new Lady in this deck list, which we have seen today already, putting in some work. Yeah, we just see a lot of cards in this deck that are rarely seen in different decks. So that's quite exciting. And on the other side, for Daniel, we have... oh, excuse me. We don't have Blue Steel, we have Amber Steel. Actually, we have another Amber Steel deck. Specifically, we have another Steel Song deck list. And in this list, we see two shift lines being used. We see the Rhino and the Robin Hood being used. So, Tamas is starting by inking Zipper and playing Nara. So, if Daniel wasn't aware what Tamas is playing yet, because he wasn't able to scout it, he will probably be really surprised here. Daniel putting down the turn 1 Robin Hood. And we see the Anna coming down, the 1/4 Anna. The Anna is like a hero, tribal kind of character. She will get another lore pip if you have another hero in play. And I think Nara is a hero. I'm not 100% sure right now, but I think most of the characters this deck is running are heroes. So I'm pretty sure he will be able to we quickly check, the Nara is not a hero, so Nara is an ally actually. So Tamas will need to develop a hero to to get the full potential out of this Anna. We see Vindra wishing good luck to Tamas, and we see Kivisk wishing good luck to Daniel. So fans from both nations here supporting the players. May the better win. May the better one win this. And may the best supporting team take it all. We see right now Austria leading with 72 points. We see Hungary in the second place now with 55 points. And we see Slovakia with 49 points. Slovakia slowly climbing up their way, actually putting a lot of points onto the table in this round. But also the Austrian team is strong today. They just deliver today. They are delivering the points. Now the Alice is coming down, and the Alice is a hero. So the Alice enabled the Anna to quest for 2 lore, and the Alice also is a warded character, which is not that easy to deal with for Steelsong. So she will stick around at least one turn, and maybe he can protect it then with kind of bodyguard or something. I see what I see in the Tamas list is actually the Thunderbolt, the big bodyguard dog. So that card could come in to protect that Alice. But actually not yet, because that would be a 5 ink play and still only on 4 ink now, if he chooses to ink a card from his hand. We see Alice taking out Mr. Smee and the Rapunzel coming down to replenish the 3 health on Alice and drawing 3 cards, which is amazing for Tamas. Now what Tamas is probably scared of is that Robin Hood singing a whole new word, because that could just destroy the card advantage Tamas just gained. We don't find Beyond the Horizon in Daniel's decklist, so there is no way to punish. Like, Whole New World still punishes the opponent's hand size, but not as badly as Beyond the Horizon does. There is Ludwig van Drake, the new card from set 8.
You reveal your hand and I take out a non-character card. Yes, it's going to be bad.
Ludwig van Drake taking out the bare necessities. How ironic.
My ink accepted.
Actually, what Ludwig van Drake does is he basically plays bare necessities for you when he enters the battlefield. So clearly you can see the bare necessities Tamas has access to is like improved bare necessities. Like, he also gets a character on top of the effect. And that character is super relevant, because that character will go into Tamas Inkwell when he's banished, getting even more value out of this one card. Mindra saying the world promo is better. Yeah, but the world promo, I guess, no player in the world right now has access to yet. But end of this month, we will the Disney LORCANA World Championship will finally um, take place in Florida, as far as I know, and players will get their hands onto this precious whole new world promo. Um, Also, we, like normal players who are not participating in the World Championship, we will also have the opportunity to get this card later this year in a Infinity Constructed event. Yeah, Ludwig van Drake is 2 coast. I mean, if it would be 1 coast, it would be like way too good, right? Yeah, Rabbit Dog is right. December, we will finally get our hands on this new promo card. We see Cindy being inked. At this point of the game, Cinderella will go into the inkwell mostly. Wendy Darling being played for Tamash last turn. Wendy Darling being a 3 coast ward character with support as well. Not a card you see every day, but a card that has proven itself in a lot of lists. I think what Tamash is utilizing might be the world's greatest criminal mind. No, he's not. He is just using the Wendy Darling as a 2 lore quester with ward. Because what you could do is support an opposing character to give the strength onto an opposing character and then use the world's greatest criminal mind, but that is not what Tamash is planning to do. How is he going about this? He could quest with Wendy Darling, support one of his characters to give them +3 strength this turn, which is unfortunately a little bit short to take off a character off the board, because both the Robin Hood and the Rhino will need 5 damage to be done to be dealt with. Ludwig van Drake getting the support here is 4. So he chooses to finish it up with the Alice. Alice going for a challenge here. Not what she usually does. But actually he has the prince here to protect his Alice. And that could put Daniel in an awkward position here. If he doesn't have a way to get rid of this prince, he could not get rid of anything now, because the Rhino is just dealing 4 damage, Prince has 5 willpower, so he could tank that hit and protect these other characters. And these characters threaten a lot of lore gain for Tamash. We saw the 4-coast Anna coming down. I'm not completely sure what this card is doing. We will have a quick check. It's not the card that you see every day. Actually, it's a 4-coast character which says when she quests, your other hero characters get +1. So she is granting +1 lore gain to his other characters, and we can see that stacks up to insane amounts. We have seen Tamash gaining 9 lore right here. Yes, 9 lore.
Yeah, this adds one additional.
Yeah, the players are a little bit confused. I think
Then I
Daniel was confused how much lore Tamash was able to gain. Tamash trying to explain now what actually happened.
they announced that we
Um,
two, three, three, two, less than +1 from this. So yeah, 16. Go.
yes, actually he gained 11 lore in this one turn. Just questing with his 4 characters. That's pretty good. That is pretty good. And he also managed to put down a Cogsworth to protect the board even further. And I don't see a way right now for Daniel to come back. There's just too much to deal with.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't think so.
we see the scoop.
You have to give everything.
Yes, we see the scoop.
Yeah.
So, Tamash managing to win this first game. But also he had the honor to start this game. So the second game Daniel will be able to start, and as a Steel Song player he will probably have good chances here now to at least get this draw. What Dan is looking for now is like a turn 1 Cinderella, I guess, to develop threats that could take out your opponent's threats. This is usual Steel Song plan, which works usually really well against other aggro decks. And Tamash will try to develop high health characters like Nara. He will try to develop characters that could dodge these steel removals and try to kind of control the Steel Song player. And he has tools to do that. He has Ludwig van Drake to get rid of songs, which could come in clutch. And he has his own card draw tools to stay in the game. And maybe we see Steel Song going down to aggro deck a second time today. Because once we saw Ember Steel losing to Purple Steel because there were just too many Whole New Worlds in the hand, too many uninkable songs. It's a thing that could happen to Steel Song decks. And Tamash is hoping for exactly that here. So Daniel starting the game here. He will put a Cinderella into the Inkwell and play the Robin Hood. Interesting line. We don't see the Cinderella coming down on turn 1, which is surprising to me. I think if you have the opportunity to put down the Cinderella on turn 1, you wanna do it generally. But let's see what he has planned for turn 2. Aha, okay. See, so he has the Troubadour as a follow-up to the Robin Hood. So it makes sense to skip on the Cindy because he develops his singer now. Probably has the five cost Robin Hood to shift now because otherwise we wouldn't have seen the Robin Hood being played over the Cinderella, I think. And yeah, but anyway, we will have the chance to look at the hand now. We see the Let the Storm Rage on ripped from the Ludwig, but the cards remaining
Just need a whole new word.
in Daniel's hand are amazing. Not that many, but there are really strong cards left. He can shift in the Robin Hood now, hold on to this Rapunzel to refill. Sounds like a plan. So, I would expect an Amari going into the Inkwell here. Yes, that's what's happening. Shift the Robin Hood and quest for 3. Starting the race. Actually 4. So he got 1 lore already from the small Robin Hood. And as expected, the Steel Song player starting the game, getting ahead early. Zipper is going into the Inkwell on Tamash's side. And what is he choosing to play with this 3 ink he has available now? Maybe a Alice, maybe a Lady, maybe a Wendy Darling. We see the Lady, and the Lady brings with her a Prince. But Daniel is choosing to develop the Prince not exerted, not as a bodyguard, because it would just be... There's no characters to protect, so there is no reason to develop it as a bodyguard. And there is a Long Came Zeus. Not even messing around with the Prince, just removing it right away. Also, we see that card being played for 4 ink. If I'm correct, the one card left in Daniel's hand should be a Rapunzel. Because I think we have seen a Rapunzel in Daniel's hand, and I think it wasn't inked. I think it still is there. So he's really trying to get the value from this Rapunzel. Drawing some new cards, because this is his problem right now. He is out of cards, basically. He's having a lead on the board, but not that many cards. Tamash, being aware of that, probably trying to deny the Rapunzel value. Yes, that's exactly what's happening. He's not exposing his characters to potential trade and Rapunzel gaining this spicy value. We see the Rapunzel being inked now because he is not getting the value there. And he's choosing to ink it because he got an amazing top deck. He got another 5 cost Robin Hood, which is just so hard to deal with. Now Tamash is facing 2 Robin Hoods, and also the clock Daniel is representing here is just 2 turns. 2 turns of questing and it's done. His board is representing 5 lore, he is at 10, so Tamash needs answers, and these Robin Hoods are beefy. Actually, actually he could answer one, but that would demand 2 characters being traded, and also only if he uses the Wendy Darling to support and trading the other 2 characters, which is a hefty cost. I think he will try to get better solutions. He could also just quest with Wendy Darling, um, supporting one of his characters and using that character to take out Troubadour. But that might actually be the line he's going for, and taking care of the Robin Hoods later. But these Robin Hoods are representing a lot of lore gain, so difficult spot to be in for Tamash. A card I could see here being great would be the Cogsworth, the 5 cost Cogsworth. That could give resist to the characters of Tamash and would enable the Simba surviving attack into the Robin Hood. Yeah, as expected, the Wendy Darling will support the Simba taking out the Troubadour. And we see a Thunderbolt coming down. And the Thunderbolt is protecting the other characters here, which is good. Which is actually necessary, because if Daniel would have got to take out characters with his Robin Hoods, allowing him to gain lore at the same time because of Robin Hood's ability, it would improve his position even further. Right now, he can only go into the Thunderbolt. Yeah. So he plays Strength for 2 damage and sending both the Robin Hoods into the Thunderbolt. One of these Robin Hoods will gain 2 lore. And I'm actually not sure if this is the line of play I would have taken here, personally. Because now your Robin Hoods are vulnerable. They're easy to take out. And you only have 12 lore. So, otherwise, yeah. You kind of had to do it. But yeah, we see Tamash is, thanks to that Cogsworth, he will get some. Actually, no. He could not save his characters thanks to that Cogsworth. But it still is a good character to put down on the board. We will probably see Tamash characters trading out for these Robin Hoods, leaving leaving Daniel with an empty board, which is what Thomas likes to see. Thomas choosing to support with his Wendy Darling. So quest and support. I guess we will see the support onto the Simba, taking out one of the Robin Hoods. Or on the lady. There's arguments to be brought for either one of these plays being correct. Switching around the cat and the dog. Maybe it will bring some luck. Switching around again. Finally chooses to support the lady. So he is valuing the bodyguard instead of the two quester. Yeah, and now this Robin Hood is in an awkward spot. Because if you go into the Wendy Darling, you sacrifice the Robin Hood, which is not what you wanna do. And if you quest, you expose it to Tamash characters. There might be a world where you actually just stay back with the Robin Hood now.
It's not a good sign.
Pete being inked, Whole New World being sung by the Robin Hood. So a whole new hand for both our players. So Daniel has a whole new hand here and he has all his ink available still. So he's in the position now to develop more threats or play some removals to take out something on Tamash's side. Now we see the Namari drawing a card and discarding a card, discarding another Whole New World. And that's it for Daniel's turn. Not as much pressure as he was probably hoping to apply here. Because also Tamash got a whole new hand. And let's see what Tamash is able to do with 7 new cards. Looking good for Team Hungary here, I gotta say. Team Hungary will at least get 3 points in this match and potentially even more. Oh, the resist +2 from both the Cogsworths enables the Simba to survive going into the Robin Hood. Ludwig van Drake coming down again. Probably ripping that Longcame Zeus out of Daniel's hand. Yes, indeed, it will. Tamash wanting to have another look. We see an Ariel and Prince Naveen in Daniel's hand. So we could see another Whole New World coming down. Probably, if you want to go for another Whole New World, you want to go for it now. Because now Tamash's hand is still full of cards. You couldn't really go for that later on. You will just give your opponent even more card draw. But yeah, he actually chooses to discard that Prince Naveen, saying, I don't need that whole new world right now. I just need to deal with my opponent's board, put down more characters. Putting the world's greatest criminal mind into the inkwell. Playing the Ariel. We see some cards here that Daniel is really looking for. Let the Storm Rage on. Great pickup. Actually, no. Actually not, because there's two Cogsworth here. Yeah, there's two Cogsworth. Let the Storm Rage on just does nothing. Just replacing itself, dealing no damage. I think Daniel didn't realize that as well, because he was playing it thinking he would deal damage. Tamas pointed out two Cogsworths being there, and that is heartbreaking. That is just not good at all. That was a pretty big misplay, in my opinion. If you would have grabbed the strength of a Raging Fire here, you would at least have been able to deal one damage. So you would have been able to take out the character. Now you weren't. And we see the pass here. That turn didn't really play out as Daniel had it planned, I guess. Duke Weaselton coming down. And we see a third Cogsworth. Yeah, this is the perfect storm now for Tamas. He developed a third Cogsworth against the steel deck. It's just too much. Yeah, Tamas winning this Amber matchup 2-0. He showed his Amber Sapphire deck is able to beat Steel Song on the play and on the draw. He gets really valuable points for his team, for Hungary, and putting Slovakia now in a really bad position. Stealing these points from Slovakia, who are not that far ahead on the leaderboard. Ich meine, wie schaut's denn aus? Warten wir schon kurz vor der...
Das ist immer das Teil.
Aber wird immer abgewartet?
Nein, ich glaube, wir sind schon. Ich meine, ich habe Musik auch. Also
Fourth round just finished. We saw Tamas win with Amber Sapphire. I would say the underdog took this game home here. Steel Song is a deck everybody expects to do pretty well, to have amazing matchups overall. And Amber Sapphire is not really a deck established in the metagame. But we saw Tamas being able to win, putting down these Cogsworths to protect his board, putting down these Ludwig van Drakes to disrupt Daniel's game plan. It worked out in the end, and we are excited for the next round. We will be back soon with the updated standings and with some more LORCANA action. Stay tuned. Hello, welcome back to the States competition. We are in round 5 now. We can see the standings. Austria still having the lead. Team Austria managed to secure even a better lead now. We are 23 points ahead of Team Hungary, and Hungary being on 72 points, and Slovakia on 68 points. So I think still we are having an exciting tournament here. Every team still can manage to end up on top. Obviously, Austria having the advantage here. But let's see if Team Hungary or Team Slovakia manage to make a comeback here. For our next game, we will have Colin Fuchs from Team Austria facing Lubomir from Team Slovakia. Colin Fuchs, Austrian player, really often you can see him in the Rare Hunter shop, which is the
Erik, kannst du ihnen sagen, sie sollen nicht so draufhauen auf den Tisch?
which is the host. The host actually is our Slovakian game store here, but Rare Hunter shop is the organizer of this whole tournament. Colin Fuchs on his green purple discard variant here. Quite the classic list. We see the inclusion of the new cards Pull the Lever and Wrong Lever in Colin's list. And Lubomir with his Cherna Dogs deck here, including a lot of ladies, a lot of tramps, and obviously the big boy, the Chernabog. We see some new cards here with the lady, the free drop lady, also the one drop lady, the new Emerald Amber Dual Ink card. And we also see the new Gadget Hack Ranch being included in Lubomir's list. Oh, and we also see a really spicy card from set 1, the Megara, which is a card that can increase a character's strength, which obviously synergizes well with the new lady. We see actually both the new ladies we see in Lubomir's opening hand. Colin takes a peek with the one drop Diablo. Taking a long look at Lubomir's hand, trying to memorize all what he has available. In LORCANA, you are not allowed to take notes between games, or not between games, like during a game you're not allowed to take notes, so you will have to remember what you see in your opponent's hand. Prince Philip going to the Inkwell and the lady coming down on turn 1. We see another Diablo being played, but the other one. And no Shift Diablo, no Devoted Herald for Colin, which is good news for Lubomir. Another one drop. Nada, to be precise. And there is the amazing start for Lubomir, putting the lady to 3 strength on turn 2. So So the tramp synergizing really nicely with the lady here, putting her strength up by 2. Also, each of the characters being played, granting the lady 1 more strength. So she is able to quest for 3 lore on turn 2, which is some nice pressure being applied by Lubomir. But the crab is so good for Colin here. The crab allowing his 1-drop Diablo to take out Lubomir's 1-drop and still staying around, still demanding an answer. With that play, he took a lot of the tempo Lubomir had going for him. We see the gadget hack wrench putting to the inkwell. Lady being played. But no follow-up. The lady is just on her own, which is not where you wanna be. If you play that 3-drop lady, you really wanna follow it up with another character for free, because the lady allows you to play a 2-cost character for 3. So you really don't wanna play her just alone, but that is what Lubomir had to do here. The Yago coming down for Colin, and the Yago is huge. The Yago is just such a big body, and the Chernodog deck does not have a nice way to deal with Yago. And that is a nightmare for Lubomir. He now is facing this giant 4/6 body, which could take out so many characters from his side. He really needs to stay back now and develop a big board. Oh, but that could change things. The shift tramp coming down here, actually allowing him to quest with his characters, because they will be replaced when banished, thanks to the tramp. Nice that we see the Chernodog deck being represented here at the States competition. I think the Chernodog deck was one that got a lot of hype during the spoiler season of set 8 for LORCANA, but didn't really manage to impress so far in this metagame. And now the We Don't Talk About Bruno is huge, because the Wouldn't Talk About Bruno can remove and finally we have a valid number. And wow, that is just great. That is just a complete blowout. A complete blowout. He manages to bounce Lubomir's 6-coast shift character, getting rid of his other characters without giving him the card draw, and discarding the Chernobog on top of all of that. It's just a total nightmare for Lubomir. What a turn for Colin that was. And we see another We Don't Talk About Bruno. Like, wow. You couldn't wish for a better line of play right there. And the Rapunzel being discarded as well. So if I was tracking correctly, Lubomir still has this big tramp in his hand. Probably if he has the option to ink a card now, he will do that and play the big tramp and hope that there is not another removal. Yes, exactly, that's gonna happen. So he develops the big tramp, really hoping for it to stick and allowing him to get on board here. But what has Colin to offer? Yeah, just playing out some more characters, questing with his evasive characters, and with the 1-cost Diablo to not give Lubomir any valuable trades. And we see another Mufasa coming down. Actually, not bad. The Mufasa is scary. Because I'm pretty sure all of the cards in Lubomir's deck are characters. Yes, all of the cards in Lubomir's deck are characters, so the Mufasa is going to hit something guaranteed if he will be banished. We see the Prince John coming down. But yeah, this game is over. Colin quested to 15 already. Having the Prince John on board, having that Warded 2 quester, Lubomir has to get rid of at least 4 characters here to deny Colin the win, and I don't see a way how he should be able to do that. Actually, I don't see the point why he's even playing that. It's just giving information to Colin about his deck. Yeah, and he's scooping it up. That is the game, the end of game 1. Colin had amazing tools to combat this aggressive start Lubomir was having.
I was putting all my hopes into that shift, so maybe it was not maybe I it was more
Yeah, and I guess this is the big problem with this new tramp card, because I think a lot of people got really excited about this new tramp card. Being able to replenish the hand for the Chanadox deck, but as we saw, if it gets bounced, all that value is just fading away. We saw Colin getting rid of Lubomir's characters after he was bouncing the tramp, leaving Lubomir with essentially nothing left, and Colin securing the game quite easily from there.
I am starting, yeah.
Now, Lubomir will be able to start, which is a big deal for him. The Chanadox deck is a lot better when being on the play, when being the first one to develop characters. Or is it Colin being on the play now? Because he's the first one um, to Mulligan. He might be the one being on the play. He should be actually. So if it is that way, if Lubomir was Lubomir just losing this game while being on the play, that would put him in a dangerous spot here. No, Lubomir is the one to start. He starts with inking Rapunzel and playing the Little John, the 0/4 one cost character. Great card in combination with Rapunzel. Great card in this deck overall because it synergizes really nicely with the 2-cost Tramp, for example, who can buff a character's strength. Wendy Darling, quite surprising to see her included in this list. Just a vanilla 2-cost 1/3, which is questing for 2. Quite a while since I have it seen played the last time. Quite some time ago since I've seen it played. But there it is. Ursula Deceiver getting rid of a Sudden Chill and a Nala being developed. No quests for Lubomir because he doesn't want to expose his board to the Tukos Diablo. And we see the crab coming on for Colin. So great play from Lubomir. Not donating any characters into the crab here. Yeah, and that is a nice line of play. Now the big tramp will come down for just three coast, and he will be able to draw 4 cards and discard 4 cards. So Lubomir able to alter his hand here in a really nice way, maybe discarding some characters to reduce the cost of a future Chernabog. Yes, we see 4 characters being discarded. We don't see what's remaining in Lubomir's hand. I would guess he will like to keep a Rapunzel here, keep a Chernabog here if possible, to have a nice follow-up. We will not see anything going into the Inkwell, which is not that surprising. Chanadogs actually is a deck which can operate with just 3 ink, because these cards are all such low cost. Basically only the Rapunzel requires you to have 4 ink. All the other cards can be played for less. And the new tramp actually, the shift tramp, which we saw also, requires you to have at least 4 ink. We see the Madame Mim Fox, but she is just staying there, not being able to rush something down. Another tramp. This one only costs 2 and is able to draw 5 and discard 5. So if Lubomir finds a Chernabog here, he will be able to play that down right now for just 1 ink. For the remaining 1 ink that he has in his pool. Because he will end up with 9 cards in his discard now. And that is enough to play a Chernabog. We see all the 5 cards being drawn with Tramp immediately putting into the discard. So Lubomir is saying, I like the cards I had already better than these 5 new ones. But still, he's not inking, he's not playing anything else. I'm really wondering what is in his hand. I'm pretty sure there might be a Rapunzel. He will keep that as an ace in his sleeve to regain some cards here. Elsa coming down, exerting the Wendy Darling, right? Yes, Wendy Darling taken out by the Diablo, and probably we will see the Fox and the Elsa taking out that Tramp to reduce Lubomir's law gain as much as Colin can. It is risky though, because you expose yourself to a Rapunzel. You end up with the 4-1 Fox on the board if you go for this line of play, and that could enable a huge Rapunzel for Lubomir. So Colin, probably being scared of that line, is really considering his options here. Not doing any hasty decisions here. He will choose to quest with Diablo. I think he really wants to take off some of Lubomir's lore gain. But in the end, he chooses not to because he's just so scared of the Rapunzel. Lady being inked. And the shift tramp coming down here. Wow. Now that's... Now that is scary for Colin. Because now he can't do that play anymore. He can't really use his characters effectively to get rid of Lubomir's. Because Lubomir will regain the card advantage. Now Colin will need a bounce action, as we have seen in game 1, where he managed to bounce the big tramp with the We Don't Talk About Bruno. He has also a wrong lever as one of his options to get rid of the tramp. If we don't see him having one of these available now, he's in a tight spot here. In a dangerous spot. But I could imagine this 3 ink. Ah, that's what he's doing. Okay, he's exerting the big tramp with the Elsa. Actually, this is not enough to take out the tramp. He would need... he should go in there with the 2 Elsas and Fox. I think is the correct way to execute this. Priority line of play, we will see. The 2 Elsas plus the Fox can take out the big tramp. And then the 2-cost Diablo could, for example, still take out... We see some takesies backsies here. The Colin's opponent Lubomir is friendly to let him take back his play, because Colin said, with this line of play that doesn't work out for me, I need to do it differently, and he's going for the wrong lever onto the big tramp. So then we see the crab coming down, pushing the 2-cost Diablo's challenger up to 5, making him able to deal with the 2-6 tramp, Fox taking out the Ursula, and now Lubomir is only left with 2/0/4 characters. And again, we have seen the bounce spell on the big tramp, and we have seen how devastating this line of play is. If the Chanadox player is basically committing completely by playing this big tramp and then losing it all to a bounce spell, it's just such a big tempo loss. It's a tempo loss you can't really come back from as a Chanadox player. We see that the 6-cost tramp now being inked actually to develop the other tramp, which will draw 2 now and discard 2. And I think Lubomir is really hoping to find the Chernobog here to get something on the board, get a big character here, putting pressure on Colin. But again, we see the 2 cards being drawn from tramp immediately being discarded. Lubomir likes the cards he has in hand already better than the ones being drawn. I don't think we have information about what the cards in Lubomir's hand actually are, because we saw the tramp being bounced, but now we also saw it inked and being played again. The 2 tramps being bounced, because they were shifted. It was 2 cards being bounced. And there, with the 6 ink Colin had available, he played a Diablo and a Prince John, setting up his draw engines. Really securing this game for him. If Lubomir can't find a way to quickly quest out here. The new tramp is a 3-cost 3/3, which gives one of your characters ward until the start of your next turn. I think Lubomir is still deciding on which character he wants to use this ability. He will use it on the 2/6 tramp. And he is just questing. He's saying, okay, I need to get this lore now. I need to try my best. Just put the lore onto the table. But I don't think it will work out for him as he's hoping. Because Colin will take out his characters now and leave Lubomir with even less tools to win this game. And in the meantime, Colin can exert his Diablo now to get the draw from Diablo online to make this, to have this kind of inevitably win because of the card advantage over a few turns. Lubomir gets to draw and Colin gets to draw for his Diablo. We see the Wendy Darling coming down again. And also the Rapunzel. There it is, finally the Rapunzel. But Colin did a good job in denying Lubomir the Rapunzel card draw, which was probably the key to this matchup, forcing Lubomir to hold on to his Rapunzel and in this way forcing Lubomir to try to get the value with the tramp, with the big shift tramp, and he was able to punish this play with his bounce actions. Once with the, we don't talk about Bruno, once with the wrong lever, and we saw Lubomir not having a way to come back from this tempo play Colin showed us. Basically same story in game 1, now game 2. Again, Colin on 16 lore. And I'm not sure if Lubomir has the tools to stay in the game here. I think Colin will just quest out now. We would need to see a Cricky or something like that. But I think Lubomir is not even running the Cricky in his list. No Cricky in Lubomir's list. He's trying to reduce the damage, but the damage is done. The engine could not be stopped. Colin taking down Lubomir here, 2-0, securing the win for Team Austria, which is huge. Team Austria enhancing the lead, probably thanks to Colin's victory for the team. To be honest, this was not even close. The lines of play Colin was able to pull off against his Chernodog stacks were devastating. The Chernodog's player just wasn't able to get any card draw and was just running out of value far too quickly to compete with the Diablo with the amount of characters Colin was able to put down because he had the card draw going for him and Lubomir was not. And now we're at the end of round 5. It's looking really good for Team Austria, but stay tuned, we will have another round. We don't have the results from the other games now, so watch out for the standings after this 5th round. We will update them on the screen, and we're excited for the last round. We will see who will be able to win the states competition, who will be able to take the amazing prizes, and which team will get all the glory for their nation. Will it be Austria? Will it be Hungary? Or will it be actually Slovakia making the big comeback? Let's see. See you in round 6. Welcome back to the LORCANA States competition. We are just about to get into the last round, the sixth round. We have not all results from the fifth round submitted. We have the results from the Austrian team. Austria, of course, has now a big lead, but that is not the correct points right now. We are still missing the results from Hungary and Slovakia. My colleague is now putting them in. So, we have the results from the last round. Austria leading now with 122 points. Hungary 69 points, 96, excuse me. And Slovakia with 78 points. And for the last round, I think, if my calculations are correctly, Slovakia are not able to win this tournament anymore. The team Slovakia, the best they can do now is to get the second place, to fight Hungary off their second place. And for Team Hungary, there might still be a chance to win this if they win a lot of games right now and Austrian players don't manage to perform. There might be a way for Hungary to win this. We are excited anyway. We have our contenders for the last match of this tournament. On the stream now, we have Peter Holos for Hungary and Martin Haringa for Slovakia. Peter Holos being on Ruby Amethyst now, which is really exciting to see. I was hoping we get to see a Ruby Amethyst deck on stream today, and there we are. And Martin playing Ember Steel. I think Ember Steel is the most played deck in this tournament. I'm not sure. I don't have seen all the deck lists, but Ember Steel quite a popular choice in this tournament so far. We see Peter with his Ruby Amethyst list running the evasives build, running the Maui Sharks, the Peter Pan Shadowfinder, the Yago. We see 2 copies of Pirates Life in his deck. We see the library. Of course, there's a Be Prepared in his deck. No foxes. Foxes are there, but no rabbits, excuse me. So he is having the genies, I guess. No, I actually just realized there are neither genies nor rabbits in Peter's deck, which is surprising to me. That's quite exciting. Let's see how he will perform. He has in the 4-drop slot available to him Moana, Island Explorer, and Yago, the giant parrot. Martin, on the other hand, is running the Amber Steel aggro deck, which we have seen already today. Also, he is running the new Rhino. Amazing card, as we know after watching today's stream. We saw the Rhino performing quite well. We also see another new card in Martin's deck, which is the Bolt, the Nuke free cost Bolt. So, but let's see what the players are choosing to keep here. We see Peter keeping 4 cards, getting 3 new ones. And I think Martin already did his mulligan. So interesting list for Martin. I just quickly checked the list. It has only 1 song, and that is the Strength of Raging Fire. The other 56 cards of his deck are all characters. So Martin is allowed to start, and we see the Rhino coming down. Rhino, I imagine, being a tough card to deal with for Ruby Amethyst deck. I mean, not this one, but the shift one. And if Martin opens with the 1-drop Rhino, I'm pretty sure he has the 4-cost Rhino now available to him to shift onto this Rhino. Yes, we see the shift Rhino. And we see Sing, Let the Storm Rage On. I didn't find this in Martin's deck list though. Oh, I was missing it. He is running 4 copies of Let the Storm Rage On and 4 copies of Strength of Raging Fire, as usual, as these steel decks are doing. Madam Mim Adversary coming down on turn 2. Madam Mim Tiny Adversary. This is just nuts. This opener is so good. It's insane. He managed to shift Rhino on turn 2, singing a song, and on turn 3 he develops a lady plus a Calhoun. This amount of sheer stats he put onto the table just in these first 3 turns of the game is insane. Now, Peter being on the back foot here clearly, let's see what he can do in this game to dig himself out of this hole. So what we see here from Peter is he is using the crab just to, yeah, and that's what I was expecting. The line Peter chose to go was to put some damage onto the Rhino to get rid of the his effect granting resist 2, but then the Rapunzel comes in and basically repairs all the damage Peter has done, resetting the shield from the Rhino, the hamster ball, which is granting the resist again. It's just insane. Surf Freak, I'm glad you enjoy the casting. Pleasure to hear. Peter Pan Shadowfinder coming down, taking out the lady, which is a step in the right direction for Peter. But there is a lot more to do to come back here, and Martin just says deal with another Rhino, and that must cause headaches on Peter's side because these Rhinos are tough to deal with. I guess in Peter's case we see 4 be prepared in his decklist. Um, at this point he will try to get to be prepared as soon as he can, because you can't at this point you can't really exchange with Martin's board and end up in favor here. It's just too much to deal with at this point. You can just decrease the damage, but actually, yeah, the damage is done already. You really need to get to this be prepared as soon as possible. Okay, the fox is nice. The fox getting the challenger plus 3 from the crab, which is bounced. So the fox can hit for 7, which is enough to take out the Rhino. Brawl into the Inkwell, and Peter passes the turn. We see another lady played, but this time without a companion. Just a lady on her own. The single lady. Peter Pan Shadowfinder coming down again. Getting a buff from the crab, and actually the Rhinos are dealt with. But cost Peter a lot, and Martin is not out of cards. He still has gas to put Martin under pressure continuously, and we see the Pete coming down. That means no, be prepared for Peter here, and that could already mean the game is over, basically. Passt.
Du kannst auch interviewen.
So we see Hardcast let the Storm Rage on, taking out the Peter Pan. Martin still able to quest for 4 here, going to 18. We see the Broad revealed. Not granting card advantage. Daisy not granting card advantage. And we see the scoop from Peter. Quick game 1. This start was just overwhelming. The turn 2 Rhino shift, the turn 3 Lady coming down with a Calhoun as well. We saw turn 4 Hardcast Rhino. And then to top it all off, we saw Rapunzel healing Rhino for 2. It was just so much to deal with for Peter, and in the end it was too much. I think the player who gets to start in this matchup is heavily favored because the Ruby Amethyst deck usually is not fast enough to combat an Ember Steel deck being on the play. But if the Ruby Amethyst deck is on the play, okay, it's not visible on the screen right now, but Martin just won this game 1, and we will see Peter being on the play now. Let's see if Ruby Amethyst can come back and take the draw here. Ruby Amethyst being on the play in this matchup is slightly favored, I would say. The difference is huge. You should have enough time to get to your be prepared, to not get completely overwhelmed in the early game by the Ember Steel deck. And the longer the game goes, the better the chances are for the Ruby Amethyst deck having all these amazing tools available in the late game. I'm quite excited. We actually get to see Ruby Amethyst today because it is my favorite deck. And yeah, I'm just glad we get to see it in the last round. Would really enjoy to see it winning also. But let's see. Maybe Ember Steel is just too good.
Pricing oder Price? Pricing Zeremonie? Machen wir Pricing, oder?
Ja. Aber
Mit Z?
oh,
Sicher? Okay, Price. Okay.
So we're jumping right into the game. Peter opening the game with China box folders on turn 1, and Martin developing the Cinderella ballroom sensation. One of the best openers in this game of Disney Lorcana. If you manage to put that character down on turn 1, you can sing songs with coast up to 3 on turn 2, which can grant you some amazing tempo plays. We will see the China box folders being sacrificed here. Surprisingly, we do not. I really don't know why. I think if the Let the Storm Rage On comes down now, you lost so much advantage in this game already. I I don't know. I don't really see the reason to do that. I mean, if it doesn't come down, yeah, it gets played, and yeah, I don't know. I disagree with this play. I think he was probably his reasoning was probably that he wanted to take the trade on the turn afterwards. Like, let's say the Cinderella is not able to sing it, and but then there's no reason to expose the Cinderella. Also, I think there is no reason to not take this card from the China box for us. But yeah, maybe this was his plan actually to kind of fool the Cinderella into singing, and then coming with his Peter Pan in the backswing, taking out the Cinderella. That was his plan from the beginning, I guess. One way to play this out, of course. Now Martin plays the 3-drop lady and adding a piglet to it, which is amazing tempo. Moana is coming down. Not able to rush into something because Martin's characters are not exerted. Daisy Duck and Mr. Smee being played. And Piglet will gain 3 points of lore. Elsa being played on Peter's side, able to exert one of Martin's characters. I could imagine the Mr. Smee being exerted here, or he chooses to exert the Calhoun. What will he send in now to get rid of this? Because what I was anticipating is he would he is just the exert from the Elsa basically was not relevant in this case, because he is choosing to get rid of the characters already being exerted, which was probably the right thing to do. He's playing a dock, discarding a dock, which was his last card in hand. And we see also a Cinderella being played. Martin still only operating with 3 ink. And so far, it's good enough for him.
There's a quick trigger.
Daisy Duck putting a Maui into Peter's hand, which could be a problem for Martin. because that Maui will be able to take out multiple characters. We have seen some results being put onto the table. We saw two Austrian two Austrian players already win their games in the final round, which puts the Austrian team now on 136 points, pretty much not being able to being stopped in this tournament. We see Maui and Elsa both taking out the character, and the Madam Mim will gain 1 point of lore. And slowly, this game is getting out of control for Martin. He's facing a Maui now. He's only on 8 points of lore, nearly empty-handed, only on 3 ink available. He might run out of resources pretty quickly, and that is the game. That is the spot the Ruby Amethyst deck wants to be in. He wants you to run out of cards and then overwhelm you in the late game. So Martin has to think about how to, and even if he wants to quest, even if he wants to sacrifice something into this Maui. The problem is all the characters are on only have 1 strength, which is ideal to be taken out from the Maui. I disagree with this line of play, trading into the Maui, because basically you do the job for your opponent, right? You don't want to. You want to still gain that lore, right? You don't want to just send your things into the Maui. The Maui will take a turn off to do that, right? So you can still gain that lore, I think. But Martin choosing to play safe. His thought was probably to get rid of his one quest characters and protecting the Daisy, questing for 2. But still, I think not not trading into Peter's spot maybe would have left him in a better spot. For 3, we see the Winnie coming down. Amazing new card. And this is scary for Peter because he will donate even more lore to Martin now if he takes out his characters. But the quest from the Daisy Duck puts a fox into Peter's hand, and that comes in quite handy for Peter. That fox is getting rid of the Daisy. The broom could get rid of the Mr. Smee because of the Challenger +1 from the Madam Mim. And then not much more to deal with. That Winnie still being there is annoying though. Yeah, that is a good line of play. The Brawl, taking out the Winnie first to stop the passive lore gain. Now you could send the Broom there, exactly. And in the end we will probably see the Fox coming down. Yes. And now Peter is in a really, really good position. 14 lore is not quite enough to threaten to take this game away from a Ruby Amethyst player. Ruby Amethyst has amazing tools now. He could go for things like Be Prepared, Lady Tremaine. Actually, we see Lady Tremaine not in Peter's list, but sheer card quality is just so much higher now. and Martin still only on 3 ink. I don't see him winning this game now. Madam Fox questing for 1 lore. Madam Tiny Adversary coming down. Magic Broom as well. And there's the Peter Pan. Yes, and that's what I'm talking about. Now Peter has more ink available, more cards available. But there is still one more obstacle to overcome. There is one more Rhino. And we have seen today how crazy this card can be, how long it can stay on the board uncontested and just quest and quest and quest. But still, I think Peter does not have to be scared. The library coming down is huge. The library allowing him to to trade that fox inside the pit and gain a card back. He could also choose to run the Peter Pan in exactly because of the Challenger +1. I think that's more fancy though as you wanna be, because the Peter Pan could still be valuable because of that evasive ability. But no, actually I think the play from Peter was well executed, because what this leaves him up with is he still has that fox which has Challenger +1 because of the Madam Mime Tiny Adversary, and that allows him to take out an exerted Rhino just with the fox, and that is a really nice thing to have for Peter now. Piglet and pass.
At the beginning of my turn, I gain 1 lore from the library.
That is
Characters.
scary. That is really scary though, because what this is actually lethal lore gain setup for Martin. Um, if Peter does not answer Martin's board and Martin draws another character, he will be able to quest for 5 with these 2 characters he has in play and finish the game. Let's see how Peter can deal with this. And here is the be prepared, and that is huge. That will allow him to draw 3 cards from the library, clear the dangerous threats from Martin, and I don't know what should stop him now. He has the location on the board, he has 7 ink, he has the cards, and Martin has nothing basically. He has 15 lore, but that's not good enough. Palace Guard we see being played. Yeah, and we already see him dying to let the Storm Rage on, which is the thing he does usually. Elsa and Crab are great partners usually, because the Elsa can exert something and the Crab can buff something, and then these two just play together amazingly. Library getting passive lore, and the library is the big help to put Peter to that finish line,
To move everyone into the library.
and that should do it. I don't know what Martin can draw now. There is the handshake. Peter takes the second game, makes the draw, and secures some final points for his team Hungary. And yeah, what a game! I'm glad we saw Ruby Amethyst win. It was a pleasure to see. Um, Both well played, well executed. Um, I think it was quite as expected to see the Ember Steel deck win on the play and the Ruby Amethyst deck win on the play, as this matchup usually goes. But it was exciting until the end. Peter getting um, to play that Be Prepared just in time, just to deny Martin the win, and after that, just basically finishing it off with the library. And yeah, the tournament is over. All rounds are played actually. I think there is no more games ongoing. I'm not sure though. I'm waiting for the confirmation. Oh, I just heard we still have games going. So let's see. Let's see how it all turns out. Let's look at the standings now. We see Team Austria on 139 points. We see Team Hungary on 96 points and Team Slovakia on 78 points. It looks to me like a win for Austria. We see Cenan, we see Martin here on the stream, looking quite happy already, probably being aware of the the victory they achieved as a team. A great team effort that was, but it's too early to call it a day, to call them victorious, because we don't have all the results. We are just waiting for the final results. Let's see how it all turns out. We are still waiting for the final results. As you can see here, the table with the prizes is ready. If you take a close look, you can see the playmats laying on the table. The 2025 convention playmats, 6 of them laying there ready to be claimed for the victorious team. Every team member of the winning team today will get this desirable playmat, and also the third and the second place will get amazing prizes. Our host today, Irisko, Slovakian game store, Irisko, is also adding to the prize pool. We have a lot of boxes of Disney Lorcana cards in the prize pool, a lot of displays. We have Mary now in the stream giving us a message. I don't know what exactly, but she's leaving a message for us. Janan and Colin looking quite happy. And we also got some new Pluto cards. We got some new Pluto promos for all participants. We have the Pluto promo. We have a lot of displays, and we have the convention playmats in the prize pool. And we are getting the final point results now. We see Austria taking even more points away from their opponents, leaving them at 146. We see Slovakia securing some more points, putting them up to 91. I just heard this is actually the final result for Slovakia. Slovakia managed to collect 91 points as a team in this tournament, and Austria collecting 146 points. I think just the Hungarian score is not updated yet. Stay tuned. We see the Austrian flag falling down a little bit too early because we still need it there to celebrate. There is also a flag of Slovakia on this wall, which you unfortunately can't see right now on the stream. But there is, of course, all three flags of all three participating countries on our wall. Before the tournament, also there was photo shootings of the players, of all the individual players, but also all the teams in front of their representative flags. And here we have the final result. Slovakia making 91 points in total as a team. Hungary getting up to 115 points. And Team Austria managing to collect 149 points. It's official now. Austria has won the third Disney Lorcana state competition hosted by Rare Hunter Shop, powered by Rare Hunter Shop, hosted by Irisco here in the beautiful town of Bratislava. And now we see the other flags being removed. Just the Austrian one will be left on the wall. Oh, actually they will all be removed. We are very proud of the Austrian boys really, really delivering today, showing their best, putting a lot of wins onto the table. It was a team effort. Every one of them performed really well today. We see Michi, our judge for this day, taking a photo of the winning team. Ist da kalt draußen oder was?
Nein, aber die Ungarn.
Looking back onto the games of today, we saw a lot of Ember Steel in this tournament. We saw Ember Steel 3 times in today's feature matches. I think it was the most played deck, at least in the feature matches. We saw it performing really well also. We saw it taking a win, and we saw it getting 2 draws. One against Ruby Amethyst in the end, and one against the Amethyst, the green purple discard deck, managing to get a draw against the Steel Song deck. I think cards that were performing really well today, like the most valuable card I would say today was the Dock. The Dock was clutch in so many games, in so many occasions. We saw a Dock filling up the hand again. Probably a card to watch out for in this new meta game after the rotation also. But already in this meta game, the Dock is a format warping card, just an amazing tool for so many decks. But overall, I think really we saw the power of the Steel Ink today. We saw, as I said, a lot of good docks. We saw a lot of Steel songs being sung and just getting a lot of tempo in the games. And obviously we saw Rhino in all of the Ember Steel decks. We saw the new Rhino card, and we saw how powerful it is, that it just sticks around on the board. Really hard to answer, really amazing value from Rapunzel being gained when you heal it up again and activate this ability again, granting resist +2. But let's not look back on the games, let's look forward. We will have the ceremony starting anytime now. We have trophies, we have silverware for all the participants, we have promos, and obviously, as I said, amazing prizes. So, and I think the time has come. Alex is here, the Rare Hunter shop, the Rare Hunter himself, and the organizer of this tournament. Bela being the captain for Team Hungary. Our second place today. Bela, a really well-known player, also here in Austria. Actually, we are not in Austria right now, but we are in Bratislava. But we usually, when we are in the Rare Hunter shop, we are playing in Schwechat, Austria. And Bela is a familiar face there. So, for the third place, we have Team Slovakia getting their prizes. Everyone gets a prize today, so nobody goes home with empty pockets. We see the trophy being handed over. We see them all getting a medal. And I see at least 2 booster displays handed over here to the players. And also these really nice sleeves. I think it's the Ursula sleeves. They look really nice. I've seen them just before the tournament started. Big congratulations also to the Slovakian player, to all the players today. I think we saw a lot of well-performing, great players today. And now it's time for Team Hungary. Bela having 3 boxes already in his hand, splitting them with his teammates. Also, the Hungarian players all get a packet of these really nice sleeves. Unfortunately, we didn't see Bela on the feature match today. I would have been excited for that. But we saw really well performances from Hungarian players today on the feature match. We saw in the final round Peter playing Ruby Amethyst, which was really refreshing to see, in my opinion. And last but not least, Team Austria. We see Lukas Kauper going in front, being the captain of his team, being the world's participant, the great player he is. We see Martin Neichel taking his playmat. Lukas getting a chair, getting the king's throne, the Iron Throne. Congratulations, Team Austria. Austrian players getting not that many prizes as the other teams, but more valuable ones though. We thank you all for watching today. Thank you to all the players, thank you to all our viewers. Thanks again to Irisco, our host, for this great opportunity. And of course, thanks to Rare Hunter Shop for hosting, for organizing this great event. And we hope to see you next time. There will be another LORCANA States competition.